Good day and good evening, and welcome to the Extreme Countdown with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. This time, we're going to attempt Thordan, and depending on how quickly we actually reach a standstill with him, where we can't proceed any further, we will go on to Nidhogg. I have a feeling we will reach both. From what I can see, from what I can tell, and I didn't actually get that very much time to look at the tactics for Thordan, or Nidhogg for that matter, we will need 2 tanks for both. Healers, on the other hand, the only reason we would need 2 healers is if one healer is not actually good enough to heal the healing that is needed. But aside from that, we only need 1. Now, as it stands right now, we only have 6 players, so if there's anyone in the chat who is on EU and would like to join us, you're very welcome to. Kaylee's here. In the meantime, while we wait on figuring that one out a bit... Oh, Xander's here as well. That could work. Hey Zaf, hey Telema, hey Nox, hey Monica, hey Am, hey Ardell, hey Silvermint, hey Tristan, and hey Brontom. I hope you're all doing very well. And hey Eaterit, hope you're doing well as well. We have spine drops. I have spine drops. And I don't think I missed Silvermint, but hey, Silvermint and Rust, hope you're doing well. And welcome back into the Cult of the Pink Cab. Thank you so much for the support. Let's see. Nox said, it turns out I'm really bad at remembering where I am in a 10-button sequence of a Dragoon. My best advice there is... How long has Tristan been standing there? I hope I didn't, like, just invite someone else while Tristan just stood there, like... Well... Have you not logged in since last stream? Yeah, my best advice for the Dragoon thing is, well, there isn't much you can do. Because, like, either you can look at the dot to remember where you were, or you can also just, you know, go, well, I just did this. Like, the particular way that I go about it is that, just to demonstrate, if I remember, I usually move here and move to the position I need to be at. And then I move here, right? So like in the time frame between the Drakesbane, is that what it's called? Yeah, Drakesbane. That's when I move. The reason why I move at that time is because, well, before Dawn Trail, the opposite positional actually was Drakesbane, so that was when you had to move. You can move before or after Drakesbane, but that's usually how I remember. That only helps you so far because, well, if the boss moves, then you might not be in position for that anymore. Or you might just not be able to. But that's what I do. Others say they look at the dot, but, I mean... You basically just have to know where you're, like, what you're doing for, like, 2.5 seconds. Like, that's the amount of time where you need to know. Right after the Drakesbane, you do the True Thrust or Raiden Thrust, and that's when you need to know. After that, you just need to, like, keep doing that. See, and also thank you, Ham, for reminding about Chloe. I already went and grabbed one. But yeah, I believe the reason why Eaterate is saying spine drops is because there is a mechanic where there are things that we have to soak. And if we don't, like if we miss one, paralysis and spine drops might help for that. And the reason why I say might is because while spine drops reads this alchemically crafted restorative instantly cures most instances of paralysis. When it says most, it actually means some. Like, I'm reasonably confident that most paralysis debuffs ignore this. Like, there's a lot of them that are just straight up unremovable, or some of them at least, and among the ones that are removable, some of them ignore spine drops. It's really, really dumb. You're doing one healer? We will probably try with one healer. No worries, Ham. That is pretty funny, though, you have to admit. Fair enough, Tristan. And hey, Philippe, and Valen, and Shakespeare. Hope you're doing well. Just got machinist to level 60 and need to know my new opener. Ah. Uh-huh. I don't think it changes... Well, actually, it does change a bit. You have drill at 60. And it works on Thordan. That is good. For those that are wondering, you can buy spine drops from your Grand Company. It's that easy. Bubbamed says, I have no clue what happens in Thordan anymore, except for the intermission. I spent the time that I was supposed to spend on looking at a guide for Thordan. I spent that talking about determination, directed, and tenacity on the Discord server. And then I remembered that I also had to eat and actually set up the stream and things like that, and then I didn't look. So fortunately, other people told me that Thordan and Nidhogg... Well, I knew Nidhogg does, but people told me that Thordan will require 2 tanks. The one big thing in Thordan is the wild charge after intermissions. I think we'll figure it out. With that said, I see Sip is tanking and I see Ham is also a tank. Is that how we will do this? Yeah, exactly. I'm seamless Discord server ad. Nay, Bad Angel. Hope you're doing well. Right. There we go. And there we go. And I'm going in as Astrologian because I'm pretty sure it has the most effective healing options at this level for 8 players. What's up, Aradel? Right. It's not a bad idea if you have buff food. Autumn says hearing your voice outside the context of a tutorial is uncanny. Really? Is it a bad thing, though? The 2 knights normally require good cooldowns and healing. We'll see about that. We will see about that. I don't know, Ardell. I feel like I usually manage to nail them with a funny joke that applies to what I was just saying. I also have the advantage of being able to choose what I'm talking about. Right. Any tanks that want to do a pull timer or something? Or do we just go for it? Should I do a pull timer? We can also do that. Whoops. many Burger King employees here. That's a weird way of putting it. This feels like normal. Oh, Ascalon. Drink deep of the power of slumbering gods. Specifically slumbering gods. Uh-oh. We have the chains. The big old oof. We have pillars to soak. Did we get all of them? We did? Great. Kill him! Destroy him! Oh, my auto attacks do like 50. Oh, that's pretty good. Smack! Well, 45. Uh-oh. Also, uh-oh. Holy blade dance! Ow. Ow. Nope. I didn't make it. By the way, Rust, you had a rest. Helps to stack mid after the 2 knights. Yeah, that makes sense. We probably couldn't recover. I was just trying to be funny. Right. We just do pull time and go again. And this is a classic. We learn how the fight is actually supposed to go with 8 players, and then we go, right, now we do it with 7. And then 6, and then 5, and then eventually we can't do it anymore. J-Cat, hope you're doing well. You missed a wipe. Maybe Victor, hope you're doing well as well. And Matthew. And look at the magic. And a chance to join. Well, let's see. Who knows? Maybe it takes long enough that someone needs to be replaced. Or maybe when we regroup for Nidhogg. There's that too. Yek, hope you're doing well. Wow. Yeah, we don't have a rest. So the like the logical thing would be to wipe it. That was the small safe spot? Yeah, that sounds about right. Were there not... there were like more safe spots, weren't there? You do know that the wall kills you if you run into it, right? It's going well? Ah, well. We'll learn. Really random they decided to make a cone like that. We'll make it extra wide and then put save spots in it. Oh, that was easy. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to goof it again. No. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I couldn't make that. I realized the problem a little too late. I'm sorry. I was focused on trying to live. For me, my nuts. That summon Kabi repeatedly is really funny. Ow. Protect me! Ow. Ow. You should be up close to the wall. Right. I wasn't sure if it was going to knock me back, so I wasn't going to go to the wall and be an idiot. Right. The tank, the off tank has to be... Like, basically we have to make a line of players from the guy with the spear to me, and the off tank has to be in front to take the biggest hit, and then, like, the spear goes through everyone. And if anyone dies, boom, it's over. So that's probably going to be the problem as we go down to fewer players. And yet it's everyone except the main tank. Wait, what happened to your monitor, cat? Yet it appears to be a sort of wild charge. Thordan broke it? Oh. King. Hey, Gazzle. The elf is dead. Stop everything. We killed the elf. Wipe it. Kaboom! He must be shocked that we can find a safe spot in between like that. I clearly cleaved you! How did you not get hit? Well, I'm actually thinner than I look. That looked a lot safer this time. Yeah. There's a lot of dots going on around here. How many stepped in the ice? Why did you step in the ice? I don't have anything. Is this far enough? That's very weird. It looked like you were trying to aim somewhere else. He moved the eye. Uh-oh. I didn't see that I had a debuff. I'm dead. Was he using a gaze that I looked at? One of the gazes. Oh, the gaze comes from both Thordan and the eye, so we have to look to the side. Aha. I'm guessing the general strategy is to move Thordan over to wherever the eye happens to be. Yeah. Caetsu, they'll be doing well. It does look like, with the various things that require 4 players to do a thing, and you also need a tank, we might not be able to go below 5. Do you silence echo for these challenges? Nope. This is basically how you'll get it served in Mentor Roulette. How many mentors do you need that know how to do it? Now the question is whether we know how to do it. We clearly don't, but we'll figure it out. You might want to grab some spine drops. Tay, do you see that potion down here? I think you're the third or fourth person to suggest spine drops now. And we haven't needed them either, by the way. Like, while we're on the subject, we haven't needed them. Oh, that was mighty convenient. I just end my run right into a pillar. Perfect. Perfect. Exactly, Veronica. Joke's on you. I had them all along. Have you tried Mario Kart? Oh, man. Now that's a classic. Oh no. I couldn't do anything in time. Yeah. Light speed race. Da 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 da. Hey Weaver, hope you're doing well. It's been a bit. Now line it up. Line it up. You don't have very long. That would be the dumbest thing to wipe to. Oh, did you look? The eye has moved Thordan. Nope, I didn't make it. I'm dead. I'm dead. What happened to Swift Cast Rust? Previous res. By the way, the eye has moved. What is Thordan doing over there? Ow. You might be able to get him. See? Easy. Easy. Easy first try. There was a dragoon standing in front of the eye. Ah, I see. That would cause some problems. Cats and Mario Kart mentioned. Guess I'm having a drink on a Tuesday. Well, I mean, should we just go down the list? Let's see. Well, we have Mario Kart. We also have Healer Strike. Anything else we need to cover? Rust says, what do you have to do with the yellow zipping line? Yeah, when one of the dragoons aim at you, right? Doesn't it just do damage in a line? Can you explain Healer Strike? No, I can't. I don't understand it. Nope. I don't know why people are like healers are striking, but that's clearly the reason why we only have one healer. That's totally the reason. The Frostbite is cleansable, by the way. That's true, Philippe. Now, the question is whether I have both the GCD real estate to 1 heal someone and 2 use a Shuna on them. Before someone else also needs healing. Like that's the reason why I'm like, why are you standing in the ice? Is because I could use Aspected Helios with that. Like, with that GZD. But now I have to cast, like, now I have to focus that person. Is the Spear Healer Strike? In a way, because it strikes a healer. Thank you, Giraheen. Thank you for your efforts. What is it you're supposed to do about? So when the Dragoons put like a yellow line on you, do you just run away? Like, is it just like it does damage in a line, and the closer you are to the origin, the more damage you take? Or is it something else? You can bring the healer strike close to Thordan. That is a good suggestion. I should do that. And it's also knockback for someone else that gets hit by it. Is it knockback on other people? For those curious where you get spine drops from, you go to your grand company and you use these. I think they're pretty costly, come to think of it. Here it says, from what I understand, stack party, yellow tether and blue dragoon marker has to spread. Can't you just buy them at a potion shop? I don't think spine drops are something you can just buy like that. I guess you can. 352 from somewhere. Well, first off, we're down to 0 echo again. And second off, we're down a player. Philip says, what I am sure is that if the yellow line hits the stack, it is a wipe. There's a Dragoon dashing through the middle that knocks back people to the wall, a blue marker that's a big AoE, and the line AoE tether, and everyone else stacks on Thordan usually. Okay. So that's a lot, but I guess maybe that's what killed us? Right. I guess pull timer whenever you're ready. Ugh. Ugh. I can kind of see why there are some players that, like, if they get Thordan in a mental roulette or something, that they just go, nah, and just dip. Like, I can see it. Like, I get it. Because, like, this is something where, like, if you have party members that are just not ready, then you're spending an hour for nothing. Potentially. Potentially. I can see why, but it also, like, it comes with the caveat of, like, if you don't even try, then you'll never know if it was going to work. It's like, it's also a little bit of a shame. Yes, Altus. I had one group that was like, blah, 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 stop talking and learn to play, so we wiped for an hour. Oh yeah, those are fun. Well, it's just a duty. How hard can it be? Ah, yes, I see you haven't done extremes before. I hope I nailed this one. I don't think I did. Ah. But the person standing right next to me, on the other hand. Yeah. That worked pretty decently. Safety tip, don't stand next to Kai. If you're going to trust me, you have to stand exactly on me, because I'm not even sure myself. Oh, a little worried. Is that a cleave? Get in line, get in line, get in line. It's going to hurt a lot. There's an eye. There you go. Okay, I guess that worked. Oh boy. We have a tanked it. We have a tanked it. Oh, never mind. Phew! Weirdly, the same mechanic. Oh, mount. Anyone need the mount? Wait, what? Weaver? What? I don't understand the sentence. I must sing all call-outs. Now that would be wild, wouldn't it? Yep, Aerodil hopped out. Thank you very much. Double samurai. Is that what we're doing? Double melee and arranged. I guess that works. Oh, you're opening a chest. Fair enough. I think the thing that made it go a lot faster is that we didn't have like an army of people dying just like that. Yeah, I should remember that to move it even closer. So that melee uptime is good. Yeah, that's the thing. Once we figure out the tactic, it's pretty fine. Now, the thing is, both attempts we somehow managed to clear it up before the mechanic that was coming up happened. So I have a feeling that this is going to be a problem. Like, that mechanic that we skipped is going to be a problem. Is it soft enraged? No, it's just a mechanic. And we haven't, like, seen it resolve. So, and it looks very complicated. I now have full uptime for my Discord invite rotation. And also that. Thank you, Erdil. It does help. I think it helps to like streams. You know, the whole YouTube algorithm stuff makes YouTube go, oh, it's a good stream. People should watch this. So the support is very much appreciated by liking it. Thank you. By the way, let me just do another ready check. Is there anything we need to go over, or should we just try? Enrage is like 5 minutes later. Wow! Incredible! Incredible power creep! The funny thing is with these clears is that there is a tendency that by the time that we're no longer able to do it due to some mechanic or whatever, like, we're not even close to enrage. Like, it's usually not the enrage that is the problem. Well, and a bunch of power of item levels. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Amy Wells, hope you're doing well. That's a mechanic he didn't do last time. That's a mechanic he didn't do last time. We remove 1 DPS and we get 2 new mechanics in phase 1. Incredible! Uh-oh. Wow. Yeah, initial expectations is that we might be able to do it with 5, but I have a feeling that we already are reaching a point where where we might not be able to take the standing on a conga line thing without echo. Oh, you already have them. And that also means that at some point, I'll probably have to switch over to Scholar. Ow. Ow. I couldn't make it. I was trying to heal everyone and then Ham died. Never mind. And yeah, exactly, Necrofits. That was sort of what I meant with the power creep. It was specifically that, like anything before Shadowbringers, you have tanks that now are completely trivial on enmity. Like that's not an issue. And that's just one example. Right. Now we have 5%. Let's go again. I guess that also works. That doesn't work. I'm not a big fan of the sudden cleave the raid move. The echo farming strat. Well, we need to actually survive for 3 minutes to get LB farming strat. That is a different story. that could be the case. But yeah, when all of those explosions are happening and such, while the 2 knights are there, there's probably some argument to be made that once you that you shouldn't be in Narnia, because my aspect at Helios, even from the center, it can't reach the edge, it seems. So like as soon as you're done doing whatever you're doing, like baiting an AoE out, you have to make sure I can reach you, otherwise I'm like going to get forced to heal. Like, single target heal people. Holiest of holy. A little early they brought that one out, isn't it? Like, white mages are still only on Holy 3. And Thordan's over here starting with the mostest holiest of the holies. I'm behind Thordan. Ow. I should have used bowl on myself or something. This is going to hurt a lot, I think. Ugh. Oh yeah, LB2, we had that. The Dragon Eye moves. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Exactly the players with the rest died. Is this the second time that happened? That we had the perfect snipe? And yeah, if you do get the paralysis from one of those failing, that's the reason we brought spine drops. Like, it wasn't a meme. It was it was actually useful. Oh, that was convenient. Stack marker on a tank? Well, now Ham is dead. And Sip is also not going to get Living Dead activated. Oh, man. Oh, man. Wow. Amazing. Wow. 2 players alive. Very nice. Cleanest run of my life. I think this is also the point where I switch to Scholar. And that doesn't mean you can 2-man Thordan, then I don't know. Well, I mean, the rest of the fight. Thank you, Xandavidual, for helping. I'm not sure what your name is over on YouTube, but thank you. How many people do we have to remove, old man? Everyone should go center of the arena after the towers that just gave you paralysis, then everyone gets knocked to the same spot. Yeah, that makes sense. I think the problem was that we were not expecting all those things at once. Yeah, we're already down to the player count that we anticipated is going to be the minimum, I think. There's like a really slim hope that maybe 4 can do it, but I'm not feeling confident. By 4, we'll have to like either let a pillar just not happen or have the main tank like run for that one. You know, the center was good, but we all got knocked into different directions. Yep. Which is also the reason why both of the people with reses got sniped. Stock up on Phoenix down. If only they worked in combat. Swing. They look bigger than last time. Oh well. Imagine how insanely, like, that would actually be an interesting solution if they if the developers really wanted to make it so that there isn't a need for something like a quote-unquote rest tax or something. Like if they wanted to really reduce the value of Verrace and the summoner race resurrection. If they really want to do that, they just have to make it so that everyone can just get Phoenix down. Yeah, just everyone can just get Phoenix down and it'll work. Like that would be the easiest way to devalue res as an option. Oh, okay, well that works. Make res a roll action, slap a cooldown on it? That would also work. If so, why would you rest by spell then? Excellent question, Gazel. Uh-oh, this is going to hurt. I'm not super confident in this one. And you rest the same person, Rust. Oh no. Will we make it? A little concerning that it looks like they hit in multiple swings, but I'm not sure how many. It looks like it's 2. Imagine if you put cast timers on those things, Squeenix. Could you imagine? I know. Revolutionary idea. It hits like 5 times? It looks like it hits twice from the jumps on your health bar on my end. So maybe it's just, you know, like it's real time for you, but it's laggy for me. And yeah, I did see that, Philippe. I'm pretty sure we were attacking the one with the damage buff. Ah, that didn't hurt so much. That's not so bad. The big old crit right in the last second. Oh, whoops. Right, the knockback. Who remembered the knockback? Spread. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who had the, yellow line? That one was supposed to not be in the stack. And the blue also not in the stack. It's fine, it's fine. I'll just... Ow. Right, so 2 things that we could have done differently a lot better. First, the stack marker in that phase, the first one, the first stack marker, we get knockbacked from what I can tell from where Buckethead, the big guy with the axe, you know, I have the power, that guy. So if you're standing on Thordan and Buckethead is on the opposite end, then you die. And we have to basically stack up somewhere in the middle, because that means we don't get knocked back so far that we die. Somewhere in the middle. The second thing is the second stack marker. One person gets a yellow tether. It seems it disappears like a few seconds before the stack marker ends. You still have to go away. Like, you have to leave and like point it somewhere else. Presumably it does more damage the closer you are to the origin point, but you have to go away. The person with the blue marker has a giant spread mark, you know, from the intermission, you know, the proximity AoE pretty much. You also have to go away. And then the remaining 3 players have to deal with it. I guess. I don't know if the main tank can even participate because of Thordan doing the cleaves. But that's the things that I can see, at least. Main tank can stack. Are his cleaves casts that you can predict? They're not casts. It might be fine. He's not cleaving during that, Sav says. So it might be fine. We've got far. How many monitors can he break? He cleaves at fixed intervals. Well, that would make sense, but then it explains that he doesn't cleave in that moment. The thing is, the main tank being in the stack means we have 50% more person take the stack. It's pretty massive. So we really want that if we can have it. I mean, looking at all of these mechanics, I really can't see this happening with 4 players, not unless we like farm Echo or something. Then maybe. Alright, Weaver, enjoy your day. How is it possible that we got Echo 5% and he did an additional mechanic? How did that happen? He got the Echo. Oh no. Oh no. Imagine if that could happen. You turn off Echo and suddenly the boss is easier because he was actually the one getting it. It's chalking up to crit RNG. That's quite a lot. Like quite a lot of crit RNG. Oh, excellent. Holy blade dance! Hey, Ymir. Hope you're doing well. I shall bury you when you're ready. What? It's that easy. You just crit Adlo when you need it. It's that easy. It's that easy. Now, if only I could do that every time. Nope, the eye moved. The knockback, remember the knockback? The eye moves. Oh man. The dragon eye moves. Oh! Just as we're about to see another mechanic. We finally managed to stack correctly. If only there was some ability which lets you crit Adler on command. Oh man, that would be awesome. Imagine if like, I don't know, like I'm just spitballing here. Like imagine if like it started at like a 90-second cooldown, and then like a few expansions later, like they go. How about if we gave them a trait that made it like go down to 1 minute? That like wouldn't that be awesome? Ymir says, did you know that Thordan can't phase transition or die until he casts Dragon Eye? I did not know that, but I do think that he refuses to let you kill him until he's done his whole intermission thing. What was it that killed Rust? Was it just damage, or did you get shoved into the wall, or what happened? Dashing Knight. Thank you, Xenax, and everyone else. I think we might try and see if we can do it with 4. We can try. The key is that the biggest challenge is that, for example, where we need to soak 4 pillars, main tank has to soak 1 too. And because Thordan, you know, randomly cleaves and stuff, pretty much everyone just have to like shove out of the way and let Ham, I guess, take the one he can. The weirdest one is going to be, I don't know what we're going to do about the stack marker. Because I think like 2 players might not be enough. And I think if you're not a tank, you just die. Like you just straight up die. Also, thank you for celebrating 5 months as a part of the Cult of the Pink Shack. Hope you're having a good evening. Just crit Atlo. We can try and see how bad it is. If it looks possible, then we could do something like farm Echo, although we would actually have to like play the fight for 3 minutes and then just wipe it. We'll try for a bit. Oh, well, now we're going. Now we're not going. Just wipe it quickly. Why? No, I said we're not going. I'm not doing this with a weakness from the get-go. Just stand in the bad stuff. Especially you, Sin. You did this to us. How much damage will that do? A lot. Oh yeah, that's true. Thordan normal is so weak that it can be done without moving. You know, that's fair, Nox. I think Ninja is also one of those that while it has most of its toolkit by 60, if you're used to a higher level rotation, you might just goof it up because you're used to having a different button. Full timer, whenever you're ready. I wonder how many phase 1 mechanics we're going to see. Man. Embrace is ridiculous in this level range. At level 60, Embrace is 1000 or so, like nearly 1000 on average. Level 84, it's supposed to be 2000. Like, it is 2000, but, like, that's how little it actually improves over the levels. Isn't that crazy? There's such scaling. Like, how much more HP do you have at level 84? Uh-oh. We have an unguarded pillar. I hope you brought spinal drops, everyone. Well, I have to shield us. I can't help. Hopefully it's going to be enough. Ow. The tank has 55k at 84. Well, if that's true, that's over, like, that's nearly 4 times more HP and only twice the healing. Adelphil is the one we have to attack. Check their buffs. Attack the one without the shield buff. What are they going to do about that? Do they have enough targets for this? Or they just put it on a tank? Oh, whatever. Guess we'll just put it on a tank. Oh, we switch. This says something else. Do we switch again? They really like to do the big switcheroo here. Okay, I think we just barely managed it. Well, now the question is whether we can make it before they get tired of us. Yeah, I do see the, like, 5 hits. Does look weird. It is the Team Combat Scholar, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker, Summoner. Yeah, indeed, Tom. The normal version is almost sad. For a second I thought he just smacked me for no reason. Well, let's hope this works. Wow, I don't think I even needed Sacred Soil for that. Just need to fish an Atlo crit, as is tradition. The eye moves. Oh no. I looked at it. I forgot to look away. I think? I guess I healed someone. What does the Halshivan kill at 3000 do exactly? It does a lot of damage, and it's a so-called wild charge type of mechanic. Which means that, like, it does more damage to the front of the line. Which is why we put a tank first. But if anyone in the line dies, anyone, then the guy just, like, celebrates by wiping the raid. And if a single person dies, it's over. Yeah, sorry about that. That was my mistake. I didn't look right. But now we have 5% echo at least. Pull and go, pull time and go whenever. It might be doable. I feel like there's still a lot of fight left. I'm pretty sure Limit Break is still better than just attacking Rust. There's also the part that Summoner in this level range has periods where you're straight up just casting Ruin. And Limit Break is probably better than that. Well, I guess I'll just use 2 casts on Ishuna then. This looks like a pixel save spot. Oh, nice. Oh, they're swapping. It's quite scary when you're fighting a guy that could just go, oh, I'm gonna tank buster now. And you don't have the resources to, like, safely heal the tank up to a safe range. So like just praying that they won't need the help. To be my next. Wow, it's the planet. It's a planet. It is nice that he puts the eye there the first time. Yep. Oh, yeah, okay, just because I moved my copy in advance, you just read me and go somewhere else. Fair enough, Thordan. I see you, you see me, we get it. We get it. I almost looked at it again. Oh man, I would have been mad. Actually... Well, never mind. I'll just forget the knockback and die. It's okay. It might actually be the safest strategy if the stack marker goes on Rust. So just let Rust take it. And then we res Rust. Is it an insta-death? No. When he uses the gaze mechanic, the eye itself just also works as a conduit. And if you look at him or it, you get feared for 5 seconds and you run in a random direction. And unless you, like, happen to run randomly in a direction that is, like, across the arena, or maybe if you're, like, perfectly in the center or something, if you're really lucky, you'll live. But generally speaking, looking at the eye while you're resolving a mechanic means you die. Because you'll just run out into the edge and that does like 9999 damage every second or so. Every few seconds. Forgetting knockback is the truest combo, yeah. Well, this does look doable. Does anti-knockback save here? I don't know if it would help. I'm guessing it doesn't work. But I wouldn't know. Splat. There's something funny about him having a cast timer tank buster. And the cleave that he just does on the regs. And the cast timer tank buster is him just stomping on you. With his relatively small feet. And it does like 10k damage. How many stacks does he need for the Harden Rage? I don't know. We can go again. At 8! Oh. Well, we'll just have to keep trying. Yeah, I don't know about that, Emir. The thing is, just like with Shiva, it seems like he might be able to accumulate stacks in phase 1 and 2. And if that's true, then I don't know. Hey, we got him! This is a problem. Rust, I sent you to fight at Elfell, please. Now we attack the one that has the damage buff. Oh, they switched. Wait, did he stomp on you twice, Rust? Or did I see that wrong? Uh-oh. Would focus targeting a knight to keep track of their switches help? Nah, they cast Divine Right when they're about to switch. And we can see just on one of them, they're going to swap each time, so there's no need to focus target them. It's just like, the thing is, if I'm too busy trying to save everyone from dying, Tom, then I'm not going to be looking at focus target. That's just like me going, oh, they switched. It's just me like tuning back into the part where we actually have to kill them. Now that I've actually made sure that the group isn't going to die. Because I don't think it would help. What about Divine left? Oh, that's a good question. By the way, taunt. Taunt, taunt, taunt really quickly. Well, I didn't get a crit this time. Oh, the eye's over there now. Oh, well. Good luck with that. How? How was Rust the one that died? Well, I'm almost completely out of juice. Eventually I'll stop attacking. I don't think we saw this mechanic last time. Yeah, I moved a little bit again. Didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh, switch target quickly. Careful, Ham has the boss on top, so careful where you stand. I? Oh, well, it's down to the tanks. And Zip's invuln didn't go well. Well, that is the best time for the heavenly heal to happen. Oh, he's just spamming that cleave now. So close. We'll get him this time. Save LB for that guy? That could work. Like, use the LB2 when we do, and then hold the other LB for that. Oh, we could tank LB Sacred Cross. That is a good point. That might actually be a better idea. Do that. The second Sacred Cross, the thing that nearly killed us. Let's do that. Hit both him and Thordan. That wouldn't help, Cat. Thordan was invulnerable during that phase. That was why we switched. Otherwise, we could probably have just rushed down Thordan before it would be a problem. Boy, am I glad that I wasn't in melee range there. Wipe, just wipe. Just like the moment the wall appears, just run into it. Nope. Not doing that. It's too long. Move. Come on, Zip. The water's great. Nice. It's Thordan's bath water. That's why it does so much damage. When did we pull? Can we hold it for an echo boost? When did we pull? We didn't. We did not get the buff sip. We were already at 15%. It's fine. I wasn't looking either. That's why I wrote the time now in the in-game chat. 2020. Yeah, like hindsight, exactly. Nice. No, 3 people can't do it, I don't think, Philippe. We're trying our hardest to make 4 work. panic. Didn't see that you suddenly had dropped so low. We wiped at like 1%, Dimir, to like the aftershock of the Harden Rage, because apparently it doesn't kill you. And then the eye moves to somewhere. Uh-oh. Oh no. Remember the knockback, I think? Well, that was as close as it gets. I dropped to 200 HP. Oh. Yeah, that does make a lot more sense. Just have the tank take it alone. And the eye moved. And is this when we get the chains? Oh, that was hard. And also, Ymir, we specifically switched to barrier healer when we went down to 5 because we need Adloquium deployment tactics for the spear. You remember that one? Like, White Mage can't do it, Astrologian can't do it. I don't know if it can't do it, but Scholar can do it, so it doesn't matter. That was the reason. I missed it. Can you do it again? No. We did it with, was it 15% echo? I don't know if it was possible with 10%. But I don't think 3 players can do it. Also, as a main tank, I really like getting a shield for these tank busters. I tried my best, but they're quite expensive. 10% seemed possible, just hard. That is a good point. If we had known everything we had known on our 10% try, we might have had it. Like, we might have had it. Because we did get him down to 1%. There's also the part that with 3, the first Sacred Cross would have even more HP, and that does seem to dictate how hard it hits. And yeah, that is true, Tom. We're not going to try as 3. Like that's the thing, is that we, like, if it doesn't seem possible with 3, then there's no reason to go in and try. That's also the reason why last week we didn't try with 2. So I don't think we'll try as 3. Essentially, what we would have is a similar situation as Thornmarsh, in that the stack markers, pretty much all stack markers after phase 1, if they land on the healer, and they probably do, then it's a wipe. And I don't think we'll survive the spear. And you still did like 2 or 3k damage to me through crit low, if I remember correctly. And then remove 1 player from the pool. I don't think it's happening. Not even with 25% echo. So I don't think it's possible. Now the question is whether we go and try Nidhogg now, or if we keep that one for next time. It'd take a lot longer than Bismarck took last week, didn't it? Yeah, basically every time we've had a stack marker that landed on a tank, it's basically free. Because the tank can just invuln it and it's fine. Depends on how long you expect Nidhogg to take, I guess. Well, that one also boils down to how many players does it require. I'm going to guess that just off the top of my head, the likely culprit that might make Nidhogg impossible with a low player count is that in the human phase, yeah, we need 2 tanks for Nidhogg. In the human phase, he puts down 2 spikes in the arena. One of them puts like red chains on, well, I guess up to 3 players, and the other one puts blue chains on up to 3 players. If you don't have that, then it'll of course do less. The blue chain, like the blue chains don't really matter. The less of them, the better, because they heal the spike when the targets with the blue chain gets hit. But the red chain damages that spike when the players that are chained to it take damage. And that is the only way to damage it. So, like, as you go down in player count, my guess is that it would be like, okay, then it puts 2 blue chains and 2 red chains, and that goes, like, one of them becomes 1 chain if you're actually only 3 players. But the worst possible scenario is if there's a blue chain on both tanks, then you can't avoid that spike getting healed, and usually, if you have a tank that doesn't know that they shouldn't be tanking the boss with a blue chain, in a full party, you can, like, overcome that by just attacking the spike hard enough. But if you're both low on player count, and both tanks have it, then you have a problem. So I wonder how low you can go. There's also the part that there's the ad phase. You probably don't want 1 tank on both of the ads that are tankable. But I mean, we could probably go for it. I don't mind. I don't think we'll necessarily need 2 healers. Emil says, "Can I join?" Yes, you can. Although if you have to go in the middle of it, it'll probably be beneficial. If you don't go as like a tank, for example. It's preferably the tanks are staying all the way. Let's see. We have 7 people here that are not yet in the party, so I'm trying to figure out who to invite. We have 2 spaces. Who actually wants to join, by the way? There's 2 that says that they don't mind sitting out for others. So that still means we have 3 players here. 1 seems to be AFK, 1 is standing on a dummy, and 1 is sitting. Well, then we're doing it like this. Here we go. I don't know if we can do it with 1 healer, but I don't think there's anything that would prevent that. So it's just about whether we can heal hard enough. Can we heal hard enough? Sorry, Nox, by the way, when I say who wants to join, I'm looking usually at the in-game chat and looking at if people are moving. Right. So the key things to watch out for at this point, that we can take it as it comes, but the key thing is in the ad phase, the Shadow Dragon cannot be tanked, so you kill that one last. The long boy with legs, the one that is actually on the ground, kill that one first. One tank on that. There's also a long boy without legs, like just floating. Kill that one second. A tank on that one. They give stacking debuffs. The tank should tank switch before the third stack. Usually is pretty good. But if we do it right, there won't be a third stack. Once both of the long boys are dead, we kill the Shadow Dragon, who's just floundering around. Make sure to keep an eye on him so he doesn't randomly fireball you to death. He gives damage down, so F for your pass and all that. In the humanoid phase, when the spikes appear, they'll put chains on people. The red chains mean that you have to run your face into orbs. Like there'll be orbs floating in from the sides. We're not passing. You have to run your face into them, of course, survive, but you're supposed to intentionally seek out damage. You see a stack marker, you go, ooh, and run over and get that one. You see an orb you can take, like a mechanic you could hypothetically fail, you do that. If you get the blue chain, you do the opposite. You dodge the chains. If you're tanking the boss, you hope the other tank is going to taunt. You don't want to take any damage. Usually he puts stack markers on blue chain people, which means you see a stack marker, blue chain people stay away, red chain people go have fun. People with no chain, generally speaking, don't help, because that means the red chain people take more damage, which means the spike takes more damage, and we need both of them dead. When is purple tether? Just before the spikes. The purple tethers mean that basically you have to pass that to one of the tanks, or you might die without like barriers and defensive cooldowns and stuff. But you're supposed to pass them to the tanks. But yeah, help each other. Let me put it like this. What's a purple tether? You know how like there's the pink spiky tethers. They turn into purple tethers when you run far enough away. Here it just starts as the purple tether. It's like a purple beam. How did that work, Fubuki? Was someone still alive? But yeah, after that, there is something with fireballs and baiting black circles in the final phase. Basically, in the final phase, he will summon fireball orbs like out in the corners, like in two corners. Those explode in like plus shapes, like they explode in the cardinal directions. Which means that the safe spot will be in the middle. But Nidhogg will do Hot Wings, which is like cleave the sides, and immediately after put down like black circles that fear you if you stand in them when they resolve. So you basically have to bait those, basically standing in the line of fire of the fireballs, then run under him when they appear. I'm pretty sure it's fine, Emir, but we can just do this then, if it's such a big problem. I'm pretty sure it isn't a problem. Does anyone know? Oh, then we do it like this. Shame. It is likely one of those like copyright claims like I've talked about before. Anyway, that means we have At phase, kill the long boys, the one with legs, then without legs, then Shadow Dragon. Then the humanoid form, there will be purple tethers, try to pass them off to the off tank. Then we have the spikes. Red ones seek out damage, blue ones avoid damage. Then we have the final phase. There's of course going to be Archmorn and flybys and all sorts of stuff. But in the final phase, he will summon fireballs, as I said, out there and out there. I can't remember if like it's fixed positions, but he will cleave basically the entire circle. Or the entire outer square. But before those explode, he will do hot wings, which cleaves on his sides. Assuming he's facing correctly, it should be fine. And before they explode, he'll put down black circles under you. And you have to like go in the, like you have to bait them and then go in the middle to avoid the fireballs. And the reason we have to bait them is because if you just go into the middle, then we will die. That's like the important parts. Like after that, it's more of the same. Also, Archmorn is like a soft enrage. Each time he uses Archmorn, he hits more times. And with less players, it's going to hurt a lot. Anyway, thanks for the warning if it is one of the problem songs. By the way, the flybys. It's almost like it's sort of ominous without the music, isn't it? Right, see, long boy with legs. What happened? We are low on HP? I'm sorry about that. There's the tether. Uh-oh. Help. Well, someone got it. I was just trying to survive. I had to run away from something else. Right, check your chains. Attack the blue one. And run into damage. If you're red. If you're blue, don't run into damage. And also, if you're the tank, if you're a tank and you have a blue chain, then you must not tank, which means that Cat should be tanking right now. Cat should be tanking right now. Cat should be tanking the boss. It took very long. Well, we're done with the red chain, but guess what? Just barely managed the blue chain. Now we just attack the boss. Yep. Those chains might be a problem, but what I can assure you, Necrophytes, is that we did it extremely badly. That was the real problem. Remember, there's a flyby. Again. See, this is the moment where you bait. There's the hot wings. There's the bait. By the way, there's a fire. There's fire. There are fireballs in the center. That's normal. You move for those second. Nope, you're out of range. I can't help. I guess we're dead. Is there a strat for this part? Which part? The thing is, the pillars and all that. These days, if you have a decent, if you do a decent performance in the humanoid phase, you skip it. Like, it doesn't even happen. By the way, every time he does the funny spin spear slash is basically a tank buster. The best you can do about that as a tank is cycle defensive cooldowns. Don't wait until after he smacks you and go, oh right. Use the, like, cycle something. And no, I didn't say that, Ymir. I said that we did poorly. One of my mitigations don't do anything. Well, I mean, Ymir, you chose Dark Knight. we can reevaluate this after we beat it, because this should be doable. This is also what happened earlier with Thordan, is that it's pretty normal that we kind of flop it first try. It's perfectly normal. But yeah, Nidhogg is still of the generation of bosses that just go Lamau and then just like tank busters you with no warning. Which is incredibly funny to plan around. And like the thing is, we have damage. I'm pretty sure that he can go to this part of the fight, like this like flyby phase, when he hits 90%. He can do that when he hits 90%. Now, he might not. Which is why we got him to 80%. He can switch to the ad phase when he hits 80%. Which is why he did it like that. Because we actually pushed him quite hard. So like our damage is fine. We just have to not like have people die all over the place. And not get hit by a fireball. Remember the long boy also does random tank busters. Like so. And there comes another fireball. But yeah, don't take it personally when I say we did poorly. That's what happened. It's an observation. Is there a reason why ground long boy needs to die first? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it's just a case of one of them has to die first. And the one with feet is different. Well, Ymir, the trick there is use an emote to indicate you're trying to be funny. There's a purple tether. Someone going to take it? Nope. Reds intercept damage but try to not die. Great, now we just have the reds left. Why did you take so much damage? Reds? Help. Okay, we did it. Yeah, I know, Ross. The reason I say why did you die is because you only took one orb and you had full HP, didn't you? You shouldn't die from that. Like, I know he got cleared by my orb. Does that give magic resistance? Or so, like, does that give, like, magic down? Something. Watch out for the flyby. Remember there's a flyby. Remember there's a flyby. Remember there's a flyby. Yeah, I saw it damaged you, but I thought you were fine. Nope. Right, so that's worth talking about. I want that nope you just said replacing every death sound in every game I play ever from now on. Was it that good? So, first thing, the first fire orbs, as you saw, orbs appear here and here. And they explode first. Orbs will also appear here in the middle. They explode late enough that you can ignore them initially. They don't exist. Just don't care about. You can see that the outer orbs start flaring up to explode while the inner orbs are just doing nothing. So you ignore them. Stand away from the middle, as like the fire orbs here. Ignore them. They don't matter until they flare up. They don't matter until they flare up. You stand away from the middle. Nidhogg will use hot wings. Then black stuff appears under you. Then you move into the middle. Then these explode. Then you move out. Then these explode. That's the order. The things that happen after that are pretty much Akmon, and he puts out more orbs at various places. Like, after that initial set, it kind of like devolves into chaos. But we'll have to see that when we get there. Unscathed. Second thing, in the final phase, Nidhogg has a tank switch mechanic, and Ymir had 7 stacks of them and used Provoke. You die if you get 8. There's also the part that Nidhogg regularly just goes blip and just like does fire breath in front of him, which kills non-tanks. That's basically his tank buster there, which again cycle defensive cooldowns. I thought you couldn't say Nidhogg anymore. Why not? And yeah, Yumi, I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying that's what has to happen. Yeah, that's essentially it. Aside from that, I guess we just go again. What do you mean you can't clip it, Supplement? It should be possible. Is YouTube not letting you? You don't see the option. Maybe it's in the like the dot in the dot menu, like at the end of the list. That's going to be interesting when he comes back. Remember, he does the flybys. Remember, he does the flybys. Remember, he does the flybys. Rust? The flybys. Look for Nidhogg. Look for Nidhogg. Step 1. Look for Nidhogg, everyone. Where's the dragon? Hey, kids and Oat Blue. Hope you're doing well. Oh, by the way, we basically skipped the part in between the ad phase. Why did it do so much damage? That's a big old attack. And there's the chains. There's a tank switch needed. Just help with the stack. Help with the stack. Oh boy. There's of course the stream delay. Watch the dragon. He's slightly off. Can't reach you, Green. Didn't make that. And there's of course Akmon happening. I don't think we're going to get the, I think we'll have to continue the extreme countdown on Nidhogg. next time, but I do want to get this clear at least. Just so that we don't leave it on a failure. Also, if it helps anyone, because a lot of people seem to, like, a bunch of people run, like, scatter to the winds after the fireballs. I always run that way, northwest. Which means that if you run southeast, you die to from the condition known as being too far away from the healer. And I will genuinely be clicking Essential Dignity and see you die, because I can't reach you. Watch the dragon. Watch the dragon. That's weird. It gave Ymir the debuff, and then it died before it could do damage. We did the thing. Yeah, he lost like 5% early. Remember the dragon? I do realize that that poses a problem of its own, but at least we're all alive. There we go. Oh. And a mount. If anyone needed the mount. What are you sad about, Evia? We did it. So right, let's review for a second. When Nidhogg leaves the arena, he doesn't leave the arena. He comes back with great vengeance. It's hard to say, Ymir. I think the best advice there is that in this level range, I mean, roughly speaking, Warrior and Gunbreaker clown completely on Dark Knight and Paladin. Paladin has some legs to stand on because they do have Bulwark and they do have Clemency for a top spot. But Warrior has Raw Intuition. And Gunbreaker has Aurora and Camouflage and things like that. So like by using not those tanks, we are at a disadvantage. Paladin also has Sheltron, that's true. The reason why I don't entirely count Sheltron as super valuable is because, well, I also quietly stepped over the fact that Gunbreaker and Warrior heals from their 1-2-3s. And I did mention Bulwark. But it does mean that Dark Knight is in a difficult position. Dark Knight is really good for Scarlet Whisper. Is that the random fire breaths he does? I suppose that does add something. Do we do countdown? We can probably try and go down to 7 and continue. Rust says they can step out. Well, fair enough. Then we can try again with this. But it is just a case of like there are some jobs in this level range that are exceptionally good. And if you go into a boss fight and honestly, without flinching, tell me one of my cooldowns don't do anything, Kai, because of Dark Mind, then you might have chosen the wrong tool for the job. But if you go, well, I have found a use for it, or you look for a use for it, that's a different story. But like, that's the thing, is that you don't choose the tank and then go, ah, well, one of my cooldowns don't work. Only on the man phase? I mean, you can also let, like, see how it works if you're off-tanking, see if that works better. I don't know. I don't know. It's really random that the sound of joining a light kite like that sound apparently is attached to the background music. Right, so we're back down to 0 echo. One day we will get TBN earlier. That would be nice. Remember to watch for the dragon when he leaves. Look for the dragon, look for the dragon, look for the dragon. He's there. Look for the dragon. By the way, Gleeving, hope Savage Prog is going well. Ow. It is pretty random that it gives up like over 1 minute vulnerability debuff that then doesn't amount to anything. Alright, check your chains. Careful. There's a stack marker over in Narnia. Get the blue one. I don't think we're skipping the pillar mechanic. So I'm pretty sure we need to get him to 40%. Oh. Apparently I had a tether. That's quite a lot to YOLO, isn't it? Yeah, it appears in that phase that there's 2 tethers. Man, it is very ominous without the music. Yeah, because I wasn't expecting tether. I wasn't expecting the mechanic. And it says, is the music copyrighted? According to others, it is one of the grand selection of songs that causes, you know, Torn from the Heavens. Classic. They claim the song, even though you can counterclaim it. So we just don't. And then we hope the amount of the song that's already played doesn't already cause it to go, oh, yoink. And I'm pretty sure it's just the first phase, but I don't really have the time to like switch the music back and forth as it happens to be convenient. For a second I thought you were going to hand me the tether. I don't know what to do with this. Take it! I don't want the tether. Nice. Now it's just the thing with getting him under 40%. Oh, look, a dragon. Remember to bait. Remember to bait. Remember there's also like, it's plus shaped explosions. Ah, so close. Seems like the southeastern explosions will happen last. Oh, I forgot about this part. And there's a hot tail, which means... if he when he Achmons, tank LB. Dead before I could benefit. You may have to tank invuln. Or just kill him. Is this the first instance of Achmon historically? I'm pretty sure Bahamut did it first. Oh, mount again. A mount again. What's Alea Springs? Hope you're doing well. And yeah, you also see it in Keep of the Lake, but historically speaking, Bahamut was the first one. I don't think old Midgardsormr had it. Oh, whoops. Right. And I guess that's true. That was Keep of the Lake the same patch that Bahamut was added? You know, I'm shocked I would even consider this, but maybe the fact that White Mage has Cure 3 might actually be helpful for Archmorn with not a lot of players. Keep of the Lake is from 2.5. Bahamut is 2.4. Well, there you go. Thank you, Aradil. Hot Tail, that is a line AoE. Slafidov. What's Longboy doing? What the dog doing? Ow. What the bee doing? Wow. I just randomly dodged that, apparently. Just sidestepped and stepped back in. No problem. Does he do this vulnerability up at a certain HP threshold? Does that sound possible? Because it feels like, regardless of how quickly we kill the other two, he does it, like, in the middle of him being killed. That's pretty good, Aradil. That is pretty good. Oh, right. With our grand total of 6 players, there's a very high probability that I will have mechanics that target players at random. Specifically target me. The first Archmorn was a tank buster. Right, now we have a problem, by the way. We have to out DPS the healing, I think. No, wait, what? We have a tank with the red chain on it. That sounds incredibly convenient. Does that work? I don't know if it works, but I hope that it works. That would be incredibly funny. I'm not sure if it works. Now it's just a blue one. But we might not make this. Anything? Nope. Just barely didn't make it. I was, for some reason, I was confident that the it would just put 2 blue chains, like 1 on each tank. Remember the flybys include a dragon. Schlag ihn an! I mean... Ow. I'm not saying it doesn't work, but it's really silly. You know the weirdest part about that, Nox? You're saying it does the standard thing of adding more hits each time Akmorn is used, is that it seems like that's something Bahamut does, it's something that Nidhogg does. But most of the various Akmorns we see are just 4, aren't they? Six? Nah, usually they're 4. Nidhogg also starts at 4. And there we have the tethers. It is pretty funny that he puts one of each type of tether on each roll. So, uh-oh. Oh, you better stay with this stack marker on me. Ow. That's not a bad call. We were probably not gonna make that otherwise. And I think we only made the other one because Nidhogg tank busted it out of existence on his own. Do we have enough people for that? We have exactly enough, but take my tether! Uh-oh, didn't work. Latency said no. The weirdest part is not even latency. It was not latency. What happens is if two players like run past each other, sometimes the server doesn't recognize that like they were actually on the line with each other, and then it just doesn't work. So it was the right kind of tether. We were just too fast. So it didn't work. Servatic said no, yeah, that sounds about right. And also that, so that there are 4 pillars and 2 spread markers. So if you're not handed a spread marker, then you take a tower. Or we might die. And I say might, because as you saw, we survived. So if I actually said you will die, then I would be lying. Fireball! Blech. You said fireball! My final verse is sung. How would you like your Akmon? I would like it a la Mon. Now we're just back to fighting the big guy. The big mid. This arena is extremely large. Like, extremely large, I'll have you know. Like, we're getting a lot of damage. Just generally damage that is not prevented and not healed up. Because my heals, like my big AoE heals, cover like less than half of the arena. Hot wing? Emir, let Cat take over. You're going to die. You can't tank anymore. You have 7. Hot tail, that's not good. Make sure you're not standing in the frontal cone of the fire breath. Seems like your both tanks are getting hit by that. Oof. Go! Well then. I guess you nailed it. Indeed, Cat. I was thinking the same. Huh, I guess Holmgang does work. Looking at the sheer amount of damage of the Akmons, I do agree that it might actually not be possible with 4, but I'm willing to give it a try with 5. However, and this might be a really weird suggestion, maybe it might be more easily doable with 2 healers. Thoughts? Ah! I managed to sneak in front of Rust by like a second. Because I feel like the only time where our DPS is somewhat lacking, or might be a problem, is the spikes. But we might have an easier time doing that if we aren't near death all the time. And it probably makes better sense for Shaq to be the healer, the second healer, given they're the healer main, right? And yeah, I agree, Necrophits. The thing is, I don't even know if we can survive the Akmons that we already saw. There's also the part that we haven't gone to 25% echo yet. So that's like the final bullet that we have in the chamber. And I have big strong confidence in Ham. Eprog and Kira. Yeah, and Ixocholi, I suppose, Shaq. But that's not it. That's of course not mitigation. But let me tell you, you're gonna need it. Do you have Pepsis at this level? That will also help you. Yeah, we're definitely going to see more stuff happen until we get some echo, but I think it'll be easier in the long run. I was certain I was out of the way. I think he snapshotted me quite early there. Hot Wings? I think Hot Wings is like Shaq's nemesis here. Also gets in the fireball phase. Got by the mid-hog. That's kinda mid. Hog. You need to tank switch, by the way. You need to tank switch. Both of you. Uh-oh. Sleepy dark. Slowsganger. I'm defied. That's Danish. And probably not what he said. But wouldn't it be funny? I've been named Kyle. Yeah, it actually it's Kylan all along. We're actually fighting Kylan here. What? I'm the blue one. Amy is the red one. Tank switch. That's a good call. Don't think we're making it though. Parent says this is why the meme strat name is in DSR is West Kyle. Ah. That... Don't take it. That is evil. That is evil. You know what this is? This is misleading lines on the floor, is what it is. You see this and you're like, oh, it's gonna cleave that much. It's very slim, so like, when you think about it in retrospect, clearly not tail. Ah. Wing. But when you see the line, you're going, it's probably going to hit there, and then it doesn't. So it's misleading lines on the floor. Ow. Remember, you both need to have 2 stacks before you do the tank switch. One of you was still on 1. Right. Whatever. Okay. You both need to have 2 stacks. Gleaming this prog update, we're getting walled out by the party stacks in clone phase just before Mauser 2. I'm not trying to, like, guys, this is a DPS check and we're not making it. That's why I said alright when both of our tanks died, was because we can't recover from that. Echo? I don't know. Probably not. How did Thordan go? We beat him with 4. And then we concluded that 3 would be too hard. Because it would rely on... yeah, the lowest was Thordan with... lowest on Thordan was 4 with 15% echo. However, we wiped on 10... like, on the 10% echo, we wiped on 1%, and in retrospect, we could probably have done it if we had just used tank LB smartly. But that was the first time we saw hard enrage. Or enrage, you could say. Because he doesn't actually kill you immediately, he does a ton of damage, and then he just starts spamming cleave tank busters. Alright, Zelda, enjoy your evening. But yeah, we did it with 15% echo, but it might be doable probably with 10%. 3 players? Big maybe on that one. Huge maybe. I don't think it's possible, but we didn't try. So, like, you know how it goes. If I say it's not possible, then someone like goes, alright, I'll prove him wrong. But we didn't try. The primary reason being that I don't know if there's any way you can actually get the healer to survive the spear with only a tank and the healer. Now you tank switch. Very quick. Ow. Very quickly. Also, I did notice that it seems like the physical one gets a third tank buster before you even get a chance. And yeah, I agree, Necrophis. Like, with 15% echo, the spear did like 2k damage to me as Scholar with a crit low shield and 2 friends in front of the spear. I still took damage. So you remove 1 friend, we're probably not going, like, I'm probably dead then. Depending on how, like, the damage is split, I'm probably dead. I also had Sacred Soil down. That is, like, all of this is awkward. Main tank gets one of the spread markers. Main tank just is handed the tether. Like, what is that? Alright, Giraheen. Enjoy your evening. Well, more echo at least. Yeah, remember to check your debuffs and your chains. Not like blindly do a thing, because that's how you usually do it. Whoops. Didn't actually mean to put the heart on myself. That was dumb. Hey, like free 1 or 2% on the boss. While you're busy doing other stuff. Ow. Right. The fireball. What? That's very sudden. The leggy boys should not have a magic attack, but the tank busters from both of the boys are frontal cleaves, so if you were standing anywhere near the floaty boy, then you die. There's also the possibility you got sniped by the fireball from the Shadow Dragon, which is a magic attack. It gives you disease? Yeah, the Shadow Dragon gives you debuffs when you get hit by its magic. So you're sure you didn't get hit by that? Oh, that's convenient. The tether just stops where it needs to go. Oh, we got them. Although, now the next problem is there will have to be, hopefully there will be a spread marker on one of the tanks, and if so, please take a pillar anyway, even if you get a spread marker. If the tank does not get a spread marker, then I don't know what we're going to do. Take a pillar just in the face for failing that? I don't know. That was insanely chaotic, but somehow we managed to get through it. Now, does he have another mechanic? Because we're still not at 40%. He's got more. Oh, he just switched early. That is good and bad. Because it means there's more HP for us to work through. But good, because I don't know what we'd do if he fished out another mechanic we didn't know. That was a little fast. I had hoped we had more time before the next set. That is a good time to tank switch. The safe spot will be top left, but if you go there now, then there will be orbs, like the floor stuff all over the place. Right, hot tail as well. Was that 6 again? Looks like it's the same as the first time, or at least similar to the first time. That would not have been possible with only one healer. How long did it take to go for 2 healers? It was just that hard with 6 players, Zaf, that like every time, if just one person was dead, then Akmorn meant everyone except tanks die. So we decided to try 2 healers when we went down to 5. Because now we had to like live in that, like we'd have to deal with that bed we had made if we went in with 5, and I wasn't planning on going in, building Echo, and then going, okay guys, I don't think we can do it with only one healer. That's not how we do it here. It's not how we aim to do things around here. Two tank, 2 healer time? No. No. It was already... Oh, is it a DPS check on 3 minis? It is a DPS check on the 3 ads. And I think we were already really tight on that one. It's a DPS check on the spikes, and we were already pretty tight on that one. So I don't think we can do it with 4. Maybe it's possible with like just the right combination and just the right people, but I don't think we can. I don't think we can do it, at least. But I do think 5 is also impressive. And also quite interesting, because with Bismarck, it was totally possible to do it with 3. With Ravana, it was possible, but we needed to do, like, basically everything. We needed full echo, and we also needed a little bit of luck, I felt like. With Thordan, we needed 4. And we were, like, seconds away from the enrage. So, like, if we had dropped a player, of course we could get more echo. That was still in the cards, but aside from that, nope, no, nope, don't see it happening. And then with the Nidhogg, I don't know how many more times he was going to loop the Archmons, but if we had 1 player less, then, like, it looks like the tanks were fine, but healers were already pretty close. Next one would have been Enrage. Well, there we go then. With Max Echo, Astrologian, Pigment, Gunbreaker, and Dark Knight all pooling resources for the DPS checks, they might be possible. That is a good point, Ham. But I also think that then we will just not be able to survive in the final phase. The Nidhogg is the only extreme on countdown that we needed 5. So far, yes. And Thordan is the second one where we've needed 4. Shaq said in game, I think Scholar plus White Mage or Astrologian might have been the better combo. In this situation where where the healers are basically required to cast this many healing spells, it has the effect that emergency tactics having a shorter cooldown than Pepsis is a benefit. The fact that deployment tactics exists, I would say, is sort of like an advantage. What is it Sage gets instead? Zoe? Yeah, deployment tactics is probably stronger of the two. And because you're getting forced to cast so much, Cardia is also weaker as a result. The main advantage that Sage has in this aspect is that Kera is unlikely to miss anyone. Physis is unlikely to miss anyone. And Sacred Soil might miss someone, but the thing is, when we need that damage reduction, we're usually stacked pretty close, so it's probably fine. And Deployment Tactics is not going to miss anyone. What do you mean by that, Emir? Oh, Dissipation. That's true. That one is kind of pointless, but the thing is, Sage basically gets a Fey Illumination at level 60. Which Scholar already has. I'd argue that Scholar has an advantage. And while you say it isn't doing much, there was at least one try on Thordan when I was playing Scholar where I used Dissipation to save the tanks. And that was... We've talked about this before. When would you need Dissipation? Well, in the exact scenario where you need that healing now and later will not suffice. And I had 2 Holy Blade Dances coming in. We were 1 minute and 40 from Hard and Rage? Huh. Well, something that is weird about that, Cat, is I wonder if the enrage timer, like, moves forward when we skip mechanics. Because we skipped mechanics. Like, when you pull Nidhogg, he hangs around doing stuff until, like, 90%. If he started on something, he'll stay around for a little longer. Then when he goes away, then he comes back, then he will attempt to start on doing Hot Wings and Hot Tail and show that mechanic. But if you're already at 80% or below that, he will just skip. But if he loops until 11 minutes, then yeah, that means we had 1 minute and 40. Another thing for the dragons, I don't think there's anything stopping you from stacking the tankable dragons, so that DPS check might not have needed to be that close. If you put the dragons on top of each other, you would probably have to, like, angle the dragons extremely carefully. And the main thing that would make that helpful is if your DPS can find a spot to attack from. It's a good idea, but also there's not that much. Like, it would help a little bit with AoE, but for DPS jobs, it would mainly be, like, AoE components on attack. So, like, for Pictomancer, you would have your Muses, and that's it. You could also say, like, Astrologian. Gravity would be a gain on 2. But it would be dangerous. Out of War, yes, that is also a gain on 2. But that could be a thing. But I personally, the thing is, as I look at it, we have 3 potential problems going down to 4. The first one is the add DPS check. The second one is the spikes DPS check. And the third one is Arkmorn. And it seemed like it was already pretty close with 5 players in it. And the spikes were also pretty close. So if we are going into that with, oh, well, if we have Pictomans as a DPS and only 1 healer, well, then we die to Arkmorn. So we need 2 healers, 2 tanks to even do that. But without a Pictomancer or Mage, then we don't have Mage LB. Holy is a gain on 2, yes. Until level 82, I believe? I think. No, wait. Level 72. Level 72, Glare wins by 10. And at 82, Glare 3 also wins by 10. Yeah, the spikes with 4 sounds impossible. For me, it's for 2 reasons, because the first one is there will be, like, you will have players attacking the blue spike, but you will only have 2 players contributing to the red spike. And it'll be a healer who basically has to take an orb, heal up, take an orb, heal up, take an orb, heal up, and of course, the tank. And the tank taking damage from Nidhogg. But aside from that, nope. And then there's also the stack marker, which is going to hurt a lot. And, well, if you only, like, he puts a stack marker on a blue chain, you only have 2 red chains, so the blue spike is going to heal more than it did, potentially, than what it did when we were 5. Although I'm pretty sure it went 3 blue chains and 2 red chains. Ham says, interestingly enough, I never got a red chain after I became the sole DPS. Yeah, exactly. It seems like it prioritizes tank and healer for some reason. But that would mean that the blue chain will heal, well, the blue spike will heal more from the unavoidable healing. And you will have one less person to attack it, and that one less person happens to be a DPS. So I don't think it's possible, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was like the exact tactic to do it. But it was a lot harder both to get Thordan and to get Nidhogg down. But we got them to 4 and 5. Which I think is pretty good. I'm pretty sure when we went in initially, Thordan, we had the expectation that it might not be possible with 4. So beating that with 4 is pretty nice. The particular mechanics that threatened making it impossible on Nidhogg also happen to be exactly the mechanics that kind of stops us. Best way to get blue spike down is to have people dead, so off tank gets red spike. Well, that's not the best way to get the blue spike down. That's the best way to get the red spike down. But yeah, that is a very effective way to do it. You just need 2 players dead, it seems. 2 DPS dead, then it should work. But that was nice. Now, I hope I don't get that copyright claim thing that I have to deal with. Because we had a few minutes of the song actually playing. We can hope. I was talking a lot over it. That sometimes alleviates it. We'll see what happens. With that said, I think that's what it'll be. So, if you enjoyed this particular stream, remember it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm it was an enjoyable stream that you'd like other people to enjoy as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to hang out with me or the people in the chat, there is a Discord community server that you can join where you will find most of the people in the chat. You'll also find a weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up, such as Monk Guide tomorrow. You'll also find the announcement room with links to streams and videos when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification when I do post a video or a stream, and an extra one around 15 minutes before streams start, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel here on YouTube, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat stuff, and if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing fun stuff like this for all of you. So thank you all so much for the support. And I think that'll be that. So, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!